Good evening, good evening. I'd like to start this meeting to order at 4:32. Welcome, welcome. First, we'll have an approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. I wanted to take a few. No, see, I'm doing that.
Okay, sorry.
Let me do this.
No, sorry.
That's okay. I wanted to take an opportunity to share a few president remarks, and you may or may not have seen our Parent Square appreciation today. So I just wanted to share that with you. So on behalf of your Board of Trustees, we feel with our heart that every day is Teacher Appreciation Day in the Mill Valley School District. But today we wanted to stop and share a special heartfelt thanks to you, our teachers, for the deep devotion, individual caring, and masterful professional experiences that you bring every day to service of your students. You're the lifeblood of this district. We have a stellar reputation because of you. It is through your efforts that our future leaders will be better educated, mindful, and kind. We deeply appreciate the time, talent, and resources that you bring to your work on a daily basis to support not only our students, but the entire Mill Valley community. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Mill Valley Board of Trustees. And with that, let's do roll call.
President Cernsa-Challenge.
Present.
Trustee you.
Present.
I'm trustee Nakatani and I'm here. Trustee Katz is on her way.
Yes, and so is trustee Abdul.
And we have quorum to start.
Yes, indeed. All right, and now we take this time for public comment. And the public has the right to public comment. We have enough time here, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. And thank you for speaking on the study session item, since it's a study session, unlike a regular meeting in which you can speak on any item, it needs to be budget related, and it looks like they all are. So how about we start with Erin Frazier, and I understand she's coming up, Linda Brune, and that they have individually 3 minutes.
We appreciate that very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for setting aside more time to come together and discuss the budget for the sake of our students, educators, and schools. We appreciate that you are thinking about the financial health of our district for years to come. While you go over the numbers today, it's vitally important to remember that just like students, teachers are not numbers. You will see a very detailed presentation, but none of the slides represent the value that a talented and experienced teaching staff represents for Mill Valley students. The demands on teachers have never been higher. Since the pandemic, we have been called upon to do far more than teach the academic standards for each grade. The pressure on teachers to make up for learning loss and care for the social emotional health of our students is higher than ever before. Mill Valley teachers continue to go above and beyond to support their students' varied needs every day. As the demands on educators continue to increase, one thing has not kept up with the rate of change: teacher salaries. Our district is incredibly unique in that as of the 21-22 fiscal year, we have the highest reserve percentage out of 7 Southern Marin districts. While we remain in the best fiscal position out of these comparable districts, the percentage of our district's total budget being spent on teacher salaries is second to last. This is wrong. You have a lot of charts and financial information to look at tonight, but in the end, what really matters is if this board is willing to see the budget in a new way. It's obvious from what you are seeing around our county and state that the crisis of educator salaries is at a fever pitch. The future of public education is at stake because districts across the country are using financial projections and budgeting strategies that for decades have failed to adequately compensate teachers so as to attract and retain the most qualified teachers for the benefit of students. We implore you to reject the old way of thinking. Schools must start prioritizing educators above other line items because we are the most important resource for our students. The percentage of the total Mill Valley School District budget being spent on teacher salaries has decreased by nearly 5% in the past 5 years. We are sure that Dr. Rollins will have many reasons to explain to you why this is the case. What we want to point out to you is that reasoning away a decline in the percentage of the budget being spent on teacher salaries represents a critical devaluation of the importance of educators in our schools. As teachers become more experienced and educated so as to better serve their students, they become more expensive as they increase by step and column on the salary schedule. Our district office should be planning and hoping for the percentage of the budget to be spent on teacher salaries to increase year after year, because that would represent growth in collective teacher experience and efficacy. Spending more money on your teachers year after year should be a priority, not something that you are worried might happen. The fact that the Mill Valley School District is spending less on teachers in 2023 than they were in 2018 should signal a red flag.
Teachers and community members are rallied here today outside because they know that we can't put students first if we put teachers last. We're asking you, our board, to flip previous thinking on its head and be willing to do things differently for the sake of our students. What we have done in the past has created this crisis, and we must change our thinking to find a way forward. Our neighbors in Reed and San Rafael announced this week they have found a way to think outside of the 8% box that Marin was in and take serious steps towards more adequately compensating their educators. So now it's Mill Valley's turn to do what is right for students. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now would Charlie Vaughn? I'm sorry, I can't read your
That's right, hope you can.
Thank you. very much.
Can I let my two colleagues go first? Is that the right thing to do?
Absolutely. Thank you. How generous of you. And so do we, and your name?
Christy Atkinson.
Okay, Christy.
Looks like Charlie's handwriting. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Christy.
Sure. Okay. Oh, well, you go first.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Christy Atkinson and I'm a parent at Edna, and I'm here as a representative of a large group of parents to ask the board to reconsider the decision to eliminate a first grade class at Edna next year. And while I know there is a budgetary consideration to be made, we were told there was not enough interest in Edna to create a third class. But in the last few days, just by asking around, we've identified at least 10 TK students who've requested Edna as their first choice in kindergarten next year, and were placed at different schools and who are currently on the wait list at Edna now. Since there is actually an interest in the potential for a third kindergarten class next year, we think that eliminating a first grade class only to have to rehire a new first grade class the following year is premature, short-sighted, and also a poor budgetary decision. On this list of students currently on the wait list, 4 students have younger siblings at either MDS or on campus, or siblings who would be in TK the following year. So parents would have multiple drop-offs on the opposite sides of town that could be avoided. 6 students live within walking distance of Edna and were still placed at other non-walkable sites. In addition to the benefit of small class sizes that I cited at the last regular meeting, I'm sure many of you know that one of the best predictors of good student outcomes is the strength of the teaching team. This first grade trifecta has a well-known reputation throughout the district as one of the strongest teaching teams. So please don't add the chaos of breaking up this team to an already large class size issue in a time when we should be correcting for post-pandemic losses. Add to this the other concerns cited in our letter and public comment from previous regular board meetings. We're asking that you give maintaining 3 first grade classes another thought when considering your budget tonight.
Thank you. I do want to ask your colleagues if you can limit your comments to the budget, because the other items that you mentioned, you could come back at a later meeting.
Right,
So
yeah.
if you can, on the spot, just make sure that you do tie your thoughts to the budget, I would appreciate it. So thank you very much, Christy. And
Yep.
then your name?
I'm Alex.
Okay, Alex, come on up.
Well, I don't want to reiterate too much. I do think this is, I'm Alex Duval. I have a kindergartner at Edna. I don't want to reiterate too much, and I don't want to stray away from the budget, but obviously one of the biggest concerns about not keeping a first grade class is budgetary issues and numbers, and using our numbers, our class numbers, to determine what makes most sense fiscally for our district. And the big thing that I just wanted to stress, because there's a lot going on right now, LCAP, budget, negotiations. But the group of parents that's working on this would be here regardless. Like, this is an issue for us that isn't coming up, that is tied in with anything else. We want this for our children, and we think it's a responsible way to spend our district's money. And Christy can share all of the names and information with the board at a certain time.
Thank you very much.
Nope.
And now, Charlie, thank you.
Finally, I'll be really quick because Christy and Alex have said the same thing. Everything that I want to say, yes, this is a budgetary related issue, clearly. Removing a classroom, I just wanted to make sure everybody's really clear. The depth of feeling amongst the parents at Edna is palpably growing by the day to this decision. We have a massive list from TK to kinder to first grade that are set against this decision in a very strong way. I urge you please to reconsider it. We've got lots of details that's supporting our position on this. We don't want to feel like a militant group here. We want a discussion with you, but that doesn't feel like that's happening. So I urge you please to reconsider this so that we can then come back to another board meeting and have a further discussion and a vote on whether we remove the class size. Remove the class.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now Danielle DeBach,
Can I go a little later after my coughing fit goes away?
please.
I have to go grab a coffee.
I understand this. Absolutely. Teresa Shern, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Teresa Shern. I'm a third grade teacher at Edna McGuire School. I've been teaching in Mill Valley for 17 years, and I'm here today to talk about teacher salaries as related to the budget. I love teaching in Mill Valley. I love my students and their families. I love my teaching team, my staff, and my colleagues across the district. I never get a case of the Mondays like I used to get when I worked in the business world. I look forward to teaching every day. I work to live, but I teach to make a difference. It's no surprise that teachers don't make enough money. I'm not going to reiterate everything that my colleagues have already said over the numerous board meetings we've had on this budget topic this year. Here's some new information for you, and I hope everyone is listening. Let me ask you a few questions based on the new developments from the Reed Union School District's tentative agreement. Did you know that they have an agreement giving their teachers an 18% pay increase over the next 2 years? Did you know that they accept 15 years of teaching experience for placement on their salary schedule? If we look at a teacher with 15 years of service on the last column of the salary schedule, we can compare salaries across the two districts. A teacher in Tiburon will make $124,151 per year, while a teacher in Mill Valley makes $116,554. This is a difference of $7,597. The following year, at 16 years of service, a teacher in Tiburon will make $135,134 per year, contrasted with a Mill Valley salary of $120,051. This is a difference of $15,083. After just 2 years, this is a difference of $22,680. Furthermore, our salaries in Mill Valley will top out at $136,718 versus $142,917. This is a difference of $6,199 per year at the end of our careers. Let's remember that lifetime earnings are impacted year over year. Additionally, Tiburon is increasing their hourly rate from $60 to $75 per hour, while our most recent offer from the district sits at a mere $55 per hour. Plus, they are offering a $2,500 signing bonus for new hires. I'm left wondering,
You have to finish your comments.
how will this inaction to pay teachers a fair wage impact the Mill Valley School District? This is not a money problem, it's a priority problem. Here's your wake-up call. It's time for the board to say a resounding yes to raises that are competitive, attracting, retaining, and meeting the needs of Mill Valley teachers. It's time to spend today's money on today's children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Anna Harris, on behalf of Toby Gain, who couldn't be here.
It's really hard to follow Teresa, but I'll try. Dear school board, faculty and parents, I am Anna Harris, a TK teacher at Edna McGuire, and I'm here reading this on behalf of Toby Gain, who was not able to be here. This comment is about teacher salaries as related to the budget. So please picture this in Toby's voice. My name is Toby Gain, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Edna McGuire Elementary School. I've been teaching in Marin County since 1999, and I absolutely love what I do. Being of service to the minds of students is my life's work, and my sense of purpose has never wavered. I'm writing this letter and not stating this in person simply due to one word: money. As a single father, I have tried for over 2 decades to live in Marin, living paycheck to paycheck, as I slowly crept my way up the salary scale. And yet here I am, unable to attend this utterly crucial meeting because I cannot lose my second job and my second source of income that allows me to keep afloat in this expensive community. As I said, in all my life, my sense of purpose has never wavered. But when I look back at my bank account and see little to nothing saved for my daughter who is approaching college, I find myself debating why I became a teacher and why I didn't think with a business mind instead of a guiding heart. This isn't a feeling that I welcome, because I believe what most in this room do, that being an educator is one of the greatest and most important professions in the world. And so I am here in spirit instead of in person to say with an opinion and a life's financial struggle behind me: give teachers the raise we deserve. Don't lose quality teachers to neighboring districts that have granted better pay increases. Put teachers first so that you can keep the quality education that Mill Valley students deserve. I only teach 5th grade math, but I can tell you something. If you looked at my rent and my basic expenses to survive and compared them to my income, you would know that this math doesn't work. This equation, it's not a functioning one. It's time to think about where we live and balance the scales for teachers. And that starts with the long overdue salary increase. On a second note, I want to say that in a different district, I worked for 8 years in a 5th grade with a cap size of 18, and the results were staggering. Smaller class sizes make clear, data-proven positive results. Again, this math equation isn't a surprise to anyone listening. We're in the business of educating kids, not just academically, but we also teach them to do the right thing. I think it's time that we all do the right thing. Thank you. Toby Gain.
Thank you very much. And Jay Schulman.
Hello. I'm Jay Schulman, and I teach here at Mill Valley Middle School. First of all, thank you to the families and friends of our students. Your kids, the students we teach, would not be who they are and achieve what they have without your love and support. A great deal of the excellence they've achieved has also been the direct result of the excellence of the teachers and staff who work in this district. It's more than unfortunate. Frankly, it's insulting and wrong that the bloated reserve and the district's bond rating have been built on and accrued from the underpaid labor of those who work here. Again, the bloated reserve and the district's bond rating have been built on and accrued from the underpaid labor of those who work here. And once more, with special emphasis, and because I still have plenty of time, the bloated reserve and the district's bond rating have been built on and accrued from the underpaid labor of those who work here. As a teacher, I'm not interested in funding the bank of the Mill Valley School District. It's time for the district, our district, to step up and show the kind of support that all Mill Valley students and teachers deserve, because the district should and because the district can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And Danielle DeValle, how are you doing?
Much better. That's my mother's worst nightmare to happen at the opera.
Yes. As well as when you have very important ones to share.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Danielle DeValle. I'm a teacher here at the middle school. I'm so grateful to see the board having this session today. I was really glad to see it on the calendar. You know, I've made public comments here at the board meetings in December, January, March, April, and now it's May. Every time I've been here, I've told you personal things about my life and my finances to try and show you why I believe that Mill Valley teachers need a raise. Needless to say, teacher pay is directly related to your budget, a huge part of your budget, and the meeting at hand today. Our negotiating team has met with you 7 times and not once have you raised your offer on salary. I'm dumbfounded. I don't understand how such wise people as yourselves would come to the negotiating table with your first, best, and final offer. As we all know, and the saying goes, time is money. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that I'm here right now. The reason I was coughing is because I have hay fever. But before this meeting, I was outside with 100 of my colleagues standing on the street corner trying to get ourselves an increase in our salary. I've been to the board meeting months after month after month, trying to get us a better salary. And I'm just trying to show you the financial needs of our teachers that are living and working in Marin. You know, I just look at the time I'm spending as a union rep and the teachers out there, all the hours we're putting in to try to get you to see our point. We could be planning lessons. We could be grading papers. We could be giving feedback on assignments, talking with parents. This is just not a good use of anybody's time. So I'm really hoping that it's a productive session for you today. We can't, as teachers, afford to back down. We're here at these meetings. We're out in the handing out flyers in the morning, standing on street corners, waving signs because we need the raise. We simply ask that our salaries keep pace with inflation. Personally, I do not make ends meet with my salary alone. I dog sit, I tutor, I clip Safeway coupons. I'm really good with their app. I ask my mom for help. Oh, I told you about the app. She used to work for, I love the Safeway app. Okay, I'm here to implore you, take this burden off our plate. Give us one less thing to worry about. Pay us a salary that will give us a fighting chance of surviving here in Marin. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other comments?
Michelle, could I add a comment? I walked in late from pickup with our children. I can keep to a minute.
What, 1 minute?
Sure.
Sure.
She's good. Thank you. I didn't because I was walking in. I'm signed in. No problem.
After you're done, just so we have a record.
Thank you very much. I joined. Yes, I do. My name is Sarah Davis. I have a kindergartner, Toller with a sparkly headband, and a second grader at Edna. Today's my 40th birthday, and I chose to come here because I believe in fighting for our teachers and for these appropriate class sizes. I worry about the cost and how much we're missing if we don't make this happen now. The teachers we will lose, the teachers I already witnessed us losing during the pandemic, our kindergarten teacher gone, one that had, I think, 20 years tenure and was absolutely amazing. She will not come back. That will happen with this first grade teaching community at Edna. How will we get them back and at what cost are we saving then? Same with the class sizes. We know Edna was built to be able to support our growing community. People moved to or used to move to Mill Valley for the school district. I worry that will change. I've already left once to go to an independent school. It may happen again. Dozens of families in this community, not more than dozens, but that we know that have already left. Those are dollars we didn't want to lose and leave our district, and they will continue to go if we cannot continue to offer the types of classes, class sizes, and teaching communities that we have in place and we could maintain. So I beg you guys to please review this, know the size of this community, the people that are still fighting and paying crazy numbers to come live here. And let's keep the quality and wonderful teachers that we have and use the classrooms that we already built and are on campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And that now closes public comment. All right. And so now we're going to go into our board study session. And we have Dr. Rollins, who has prepared a presentation, which is a result of many questions. And thank you so much for taking the time and energy to do so. And if you wish to stay, we can change this to accommodate you. Hopefully you can see it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And if you need a few minutes to leave with people with children, if they have to go, we'll take a few moments before we leave. Yeah, Natalie should be in here any second, but Ellie is going to be late. She can't get out of her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take a recess until Allie's here. If she's minutes away, I'd rather wait for her to come.
You know, let me find out if she's minutes away or not.
The parking is really crazy, like there's there's a million person here.
Okay, so
Yeah, every train.
it's just.
There's these two and I mean, they're parked on yours.
To the church. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna see if we can
On the left side.
get started.
That's ours, but we're only permitted to.
Otherwise, we should be.
Come until 6 p.m.
Yeah, that's ours.
Oh,
We
but
have
if it's
to-
ours, then I'm okay.
But we have to rent those spaces. Under 6.
Let's see where she might be. Thanks.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Oh, that's true. That's true. They're on the right. The left side.
The
We have
right side
17
being towards
the street.
coming off.
Yeah, and we have 17 spots on the other side, but they aren't permanent.
You know, I think in the interest of time and commitment, we should probably begin and, you know, she's reviewed the slide deck and, she's gonna be here any second.
Okay, all right.
So at the request of the Board of Trustees, I will be facilitating the study session with the slide deck. And my recommendation would be if I'd like to move through the slide deck and then we can have questions at the end. Feel free to pause if there are questions during the slide deck, but I think that some of the questions that may come up may be answered further in the discussion. So everything has been posted to the agenda and there are links to the agenda. So I will go through those just to set some context. So let's go to the first slide. And just to provide the budget update in terms of the documents that are available to our board as well as to our school community. And the first slide, and it's number 1, there is a link there for our unaudited actuals. And so could we go to that?
I don't know. Let's see.
Perfect. Okay, great. So on this slide, this is actually our unaudited actuals, which close out our prior fiscal year. So this is the 21-22 fiscal year. And Sid, if we could go to slide 3 of 86 and the page numbers are at the bottom.
And it closes in June, right?
Correct. June 30th is the end of the fiscal year.
It's
So is there a way to enlarge that, or is that the visual that
That's what we have, Ms. Rollins. I'm sorry.
okay, no problem. So basically it is available online and you can enlarge it as large as you want when you're online.
Whole thing by clicking the. No. Not with the new setup that we have. I'm sorry, trustee. Trustee.
I'm gonna pull it up on my.
So while you're working on that, I will talk us through. So this is the unaudited actuals, and these are what you'll see is the first three columns on the left represent the 21, 22 unaudited actuals. Okay, we're getting bigger. And the top portion represents our revenues. The middle portion represents our expenses. And then the far three right columns represent our adopted budget that the board adopted for the 22-23 fiscal year. Okay, so the main highlight with this is if you go to the next slide, the next page. At the top, this line represents the net increase decrease to the fund balance. And so you can see for the 21-22 unaudited actuals in unrestricted, the district had expenses greater than revenues of just under 800,000. And on the restricted side, there were expenses greater than revenues of just under 300,000 for a total in column C of just over $1 million. So I'm going to pause there. So that basically brings us to where we are for the current fiscal year. If we slide down, if you actually where you are now, Sid, is perfect. Actually, if we could just slide back to where you were. In the middle of the page, you'll see what are called restricted fund balances. And so just over where that shaded area is, you'll see the 1.522 million. Those are our restricted funds that are carried into the current fiscal year. So you'll see those represented on the restricted side of the house. Okay, thanks. So we can go back to the slide deck. So the next item that we wanted to share was that the board did approve what's called our budget development calendar. It is for the 23-24 fiscal year. And if we can quickly click on that, we also reviewed this at the LCAP meeting on August 25th. And what this represents is we're about halfway through this planning period. And we are eagerly anticipating the governor's May revise, which provides assumptions and projections. And so, Sid, if we can just slide down there, you'll see that our next budget meeting, including the LCAP, is on May 24th. We also have the preliminary budget on June 7th, and then the budget adoption on June 15th. Okay, and then let's move back to the slide deck. So if we look at our first interim report, let's click on to the budget revision. So it's number 3, the budget revision. And what I wanted to highlight here is if we go to the last 2 slides, Sid, well, actually, let's go to the middle section, the second page where the narrative is. And here you'll see in the middle of the page, and I know it's kind of small, but it does again represent and reiterate the fact that the district has increased our general fund expenses, it's the second bullet, by 2.3 million, of which 1.522 million is restricted carryover. So it's the second bullet.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm not.
On the narrative.
Thank you.
And the significance of that is now that we have closed the prior year and received the unaudited actuals, which the board approved on September 15th, is that we bring forward the restricted carryover.
That's not 1.5. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing 1.5. But this is the second page.
The second bullet.
Down below.
So actually, if we slide up, Sid,
The state mandated.
The ending fund balance.
Balance.
so just, it's the first page
Oh, that,
and the second bullet.
Oh,
right
there.
there.
No
there
wonder.
it is.
I'm like,
Got
okay.
it.
Okay, right here.
So
First
that
page, second
basically
bullet.
means you haven't spent $1.6 million of, let's say, COVID money, so.
It's prior year carryover.
So you just have cash sitting there, and per accounting rules that you have to follow, you have to budget that $1.5 million of expenses for this year, regardless of whether you think you'll spend it or not, right?
Correct. And so we'll go to the second to last 2 slides. And again, this was approved by the board at it would have been new trustees' first board meeting. So we just want to recapture this and provide some context. So the last 2 pages, and we quickly went through this, but the next 2 pages are the unrestricted. But just to refocus us on the restricted, which are the last 2 pages, is you'll see that the restricted carryover has been posted, and if we go to the last page, Sid, you'll see at the top that we posted the prior year restricted carryover for curriculum instruction. There was prior year carryover for books and reference materials. And there was prior year carryover for travel and conference, which is our professional development. But looking at the bottom column B, you'll see that that reconciles with the 1.522 million of our prior year carryover. So components of ending fund balance. And so just as trustee you had stated is that we have already received the revenues, but we do need to post the restricted carryovers from prior year in the current fiscal year.
So where does those mostly show up though? You're saying that, do they mostly show up in certain?
Yes, the 4s and 5s. So they're at the
Okay.
top
Yeah,
portion of the
okay,
spreadsheet.
Okay. Five's object code. Your object.
And then if we go,
That's, sorry.
and we can always come back to these.
All right.
But if we go to back to our slide deck, Sid, thank you. The next budget item review is the independent audit report that the board took action on and was presented by our independent auditor, Stephen Roach Accountancy. And that was presented and approved by the board on the January board meeting. And so again, what this shows is the unaudited actuals affirmed with the carryover. And so there were no audit adjustments from the prior year, just the ones that the board had previously approved in September. And then the last item that I just to provide some context and all of the financial information. And I do just want to state that all of these documents are available and posted to Agenda Online. And so they can be downloaded or reviewed. And I know for some people it might be a little small, but you can certainly enlarge them or print them. And then looking at our second interim, which was just approved by the board March 9th. Let's go to the budget revision, Sid. And again, if we look, I know that there's been questions about the restricted budget. So again, if we look at the last 2 pages. You can see on the revenue side, I do want to highlight this because on the revenue side, we did receive block grant funds of 775,000, which also included 2B, which is the tobacco use prevention education. And so you'll see that our revenues increased by just under 835,000. And then again, we post the associated expenses related to those revenues. And I will just note that it is highly likely that we will again have carryover in the next fiscal year because the board has yet to take action on the block grant that will be presented to the board at the May 24th board meeting. Our director, Laura Myers, will be presenting that for a plan for the 23-24 fiscal year.
The block grant of 775.
Correct.
And can that be used for anything else?
So that block grant, I shouldn't disclose, but I know Laura is here. We are anticipating using that for DEI. Also, I know that the board had previously approved the TOSAs, the teachers on special assignment. And so I don't want to give away all the details because I know Laura is still working on the plan, but that will be brought forward to the board for approval at the May 24th board meeting. But again, I'm calling this out because they are recognized as restricted revenues and the expenses are posted in this current fiscal year, but the board has yet to approve the plan. So we post, meaning the district posts the revenues as they're received. We post the expenses as anticipated, but we do know that they will likely be spent in the next 1 to 3 years.
So can I ask you, sorry, can that be used for anything else?
Well, it will be used for
Well,
what the plan will
If you're using
be.
it for TOSAs, you're using it for salaries.
Right.
So it will be used when our director, do you want to speak to that?
I'd rather wait till I present.
Yeah, because I know you're still working on the plan, but again, the TOSA job descriptions were approved based on identified funding. They were previously approved for 2 years because we had identified that one-time funding. That we used ESSER dollars. And so we will be presenting that plan to you in a couple of weeks. Okay, and then so Sid, I think we can go back to the slide deck. So that really provides the board and our school community with all of the financial documents that the board has seen. Every year, the board sees the first and second interim on an annual basis, as well as the preliminary budget and adopted budget in June. And then traditionally, the independent audit report is completed December 15th, but then brought forward to the board in January. So those are all of those reports. So looking at the next slide, we have what are called budget planning. And so those are based on assumptions and projections and planning factors. We use several resources for that. The state of California, again, we're waiting for the governor's name revised. We also use what's called School Services of California. They're out of Sacramento, and they do have some advocacy, but they also provide projections for school districts. Also, we rely on information from the Department of Finance, and then also with the first and second interim, as well as with the preliminary budget. We have always attached to the agenda what's called the Marin Common Message, the MCOE Common Message, which provides projections and assumption factors used by Marin County districts. In addition, we rely on the County of Marin. As a basic aid district, we rely heavily on the information provided by the County of Marin for property taxes. I'll say it now and I'll say it again. As a basic aid district, we receive our property taxes estimates. We will not receive our final property tax numbers for the current fiscal year until August of 2023.
Wait, so current fiscal year 22-23 until
June 30th, right?
We will not receive them until 2 months after the end of the fiscal year. So the numbers that we're using now are projections that are based on the County Office of Education, as well as the County of Marin. I call it the blue roofed building. We receive that information from them based on tax rolls, but we will not receive our final property tax numbers for assessed valuation until August of 2023 for the year that has closed.
they usually then be close to accurate?
I will say that the answer is yes, they're usually within 1%. Over the past 3 years, we have been cautioned because there was a reassessment. Even though it's not in our district, there was a reassessment at the village. And there is still a reassessment going on with Nordstrom. They're reassessing to lower their assessment. And again, while we're not in the district, it affects the county, which then impacts us. The other large reassessment in the county is Northgate Shopping Center. And the third one that we are aware of is Fireman's Fund in Nevada.
But we don't get that money. That doesn't impact our rent.
It has.
It has?
Yes, because it's the county. And so basically there are county taxes and then our taxes. And so we can certainly look at that in more detail, but
Those are all being reassessed to be less than current, all three?
they're appeals, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe we can go back to that, because I think I have some deeper questions on it.
And I may not have the answers on that, and we can certainly follow up with
Sure.
the NCOE and the County of Marin, but we were just informed that last week that those are three large commercial taxes that are being looked at for reassessment.
Can I ask you why we will be impacted even though we are Mill Valley and we get very little money from them?
It's because there's a county, so we receive county pooled money.
Yeah.
And then there's also just our assessed value.
Okay, so 26 million that's assessed value.
That's ours,
So,
but there is a portion of it that's county related.
but that's not significant.
Oh, I would say it's not, it doesn't make up a significant factor, but it is something that we should consider.
Okay.
Is there any, go ahead. Is there anything under the assumptions tab?
Yes, so let's
Okay.
click on that. And again, this was posted as part of our second interim. And so it is what's called the assumptions page, it's projections. And again, these are assumptions, projections that are based on our the best information that we have to date. So it really is a snapshot. And just to quickly go through these, we do receive information from the Department of Finance for the statutory COLA. Again, our budget, we make up about less than 10% of state and federal funds that rely on the cost of living allocation. And so we do have those projections based on the Department of Finance. We also look at the Consumer Price Index dartboard. And that is from School Services of California. And so we base that information on looking at where we are in terms of our other services. So that would be outside services, including special education, utilities, insurance, and all of that. In addition, we receive state lottery funds. There is a portion that's unrestricted and a portion that's restricted. And I'll just say that generally the unrestricted is used to support classified staff. The restricted is used to support non-state adopted instructional materials as well as library materials.
How does that ADA work with our district though, since we don't?
State and federal funds are still based on average daily
Oh,
attendance.
okay, so it still matters that our kids go to school.
Yes, it does. And then the current interest rate at the treasurer's office is very low. Again, this is a variable and an estimate. We receive quarterly reports from them, which come to the board quarterly as consent agenda items, but it's generally a very small portion of our revenues. In addition, we have our property taxes. And again, this is where we were saying that we are unable to confirm those until after the close of the fiscal year, but estimates at second interim were at 6%, 4%, and 3%. And then also for
Can you, the history or the who's dictating the 6, 4, and 3?
so that those are estimated projections from the county of
The county has told us. you
The
can
county
use
of
these
Marin.
to
based
plan.
on tax rolls.
And that's used across the board for all of the districts in Marin, or it varies depending.
So that's a great question. So we receive it on a district basis. So I don't want to call it any districts, but like Galena Stinson significantly higher than our district. Whereas San Rafael and Novato
Higher
are
than our
less.
district.
Yes,
Okay.
they get federal funds. right?
Yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, assessed valuation,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So then
Can-
also,
I'm sorry I'm sorry, lottery for ADA. So can you tell us what our ADA? Do you know off the top of your head? or something?
yeah, it's actually, it's like 3 lines down.
What the ADA is. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
And then our property taxes, which our voters approved it with a 5% increase each year. And so that is in our projections. And then you can see our average daily attendance, we're pretty flat, and basically that's at a 3.5% absence rate. So if
That represents students, even though it's a
correct.
decimal, okay.
And the reason why is because we apply a 3.5% absence rate. So basically it's taking the enrollment and multiplying it by 96.5.
And the parcel tax increase applies to the parcel tax that's due to expire in 2029.
Correct. And
Okay.
parcel taxes are based on actual parcels, less senior exemptions.
Okay.
Has our ADA, our 3.5% been consistent over the years? And what was it when we were not basic aid in those few years when it was?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I would say that our ADA has been very consistent through COVID. Since COVID, I would say it's been less, there has been more absences.
Right.
yes.
And so, you know, it's actually a good thing that we're not solely funded on ADA. Certainly we want students to stay home when they're not well, but I would say we will definitely do a look back based on what's called P2, which is generally our submission to the state April 15th. It may be closer to 4%.
I mean, so they tell us to keep our kids home, you know, even with runny nose, keep the kids home and we get less money. I mean, that is just so misguided in my opinion.
And there's other factors too.
But still, like my son, for example, missed 10 days of school at least because he was so sick this year. I mean,
Well, I imagine ADA would decrease even more if our sick kids were going to school and then getting lots of other kids.
Yeah.
So.
maybe that's, yeah, but quick question for you. What happens if you don't use assessed value forecast recommended by MCOE, or that's an MCOE common letter? What happens?
Yeah, so we have that at the end of the slide deck.
Okay.
So we are required to submit our financial documents based on the assumptions and projections that we have within recommended guidelines.
Yeah.
And so if, for example, we said we want to go with a 10% assessed valuation, they could certainly review our financials and say that they will change our positive certification to either qualified or negative.
Is that bad?
Yes, so qualified means that you are unable to maintain your financial status for the current year and the subsequent 2 years, and then qualified, I'm sorry. That would be, there's qualified, and then negative is that you're not able to maintain your financial reserves for the 3-year multi-year projections.
So how many years in a row would it need to be negative before the state would step in and take over the district?
It would need to be a negative certification.
For 1 year, for multiple years?
Well, when you're submitting your interim reports, you're submitting it for 3 years.
So you can deficit spend and still get a positive certification.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then the middle section of the assumptions, if we slide down just a little bit, Sid, is that we do include step and column in our multi-year projections. We also, the reason why it says 0 for the current year is because we've already included the negotiated settlement of 3% across the board for all staff. And then contract increases, and then that's why you'll see later on in the assumptions where it says contract increases, it says 0. And the reason for that is because we have not negotiated those subsequent 2 years.
And so this is the one that MCOE had in the like.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. This is from our second interim. And then at the bottom, we have what's called our statutory benefits and pensions. And so right now, STRS, we're holding STRS assumptions at 19.1%. For the PERS, which is the public employee retirement system, at 25.4%, Medicare at 1.45%, OST, which is Social Security, is at 6.2%. Health and welfare is negotiated as part of total compensation, and that's why it says 0, because it is part of our total compensation as negotiated. And then state unemployment is expected to go down actually in the next 2 years. From 0.5% to 0.2%, and then workers' compensation is about 1.25%, and that's based on a pool. We are in what's called a JPA, a Joint Power Authority, with the Marin Schools Insurance Authority, and so that is a collective with all of the Marin County schools. So
just to clarify, the STRS and PERS percentages come from which organization? Are they handed to you and they've just plugged in districts?
Yeah, so yes, I mean, STRS, the State Teachers Retirement System, there is an employer side of it, and it comes as part of payroll. So we basically submit to the county office, they remit our STRS. It is a statutory benefit, it is a requirement for districts to pay. And then PERS is generally for non-credentialed staff.
And these numbers come from the state?
Actually, let's turn the page. Okay, great. So sorry, let's go to the next page.
And then. Does the state help with either of those? Those come directly from our general budget, right?
Correct.
We pay into STRS and PERS, it's not, okay, I mean.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is what's called the School Services of California financial projection dartboard. In this case, this was from the governor's January proposal, and so it is dated for January because the second interim was the first part of March. So we're eagerly awaiting the governor's May proposal, which will give us new and updated assumptions. So again, you can see at the top for planning purposes, and this would be for LCFF, local control funded districts, is that they do use the Department of Finance statutory COLA. And so that's coming from the Department of Finance. And then if we move to the other planning factors for our district, which is the California CPI, California Lottery, the mandated block grant, and then you'll see the last 3 lines as the CalSTRS and CalPERS rates. And so those are coming directly from, they're footnoted as 4 and 5. So the California State Teachers Retirement System and CalPERS rates are subject to change based on determination by the boards. They basically, STRS basically tells us what those rates are. We do not have control of what those rates are. And so we built those into our assumptions.
And we made a big jump at some point to 19.1, is that right?
We did. So that was actually just last year.
Was that-
And it
okay.
was 16 point, I want to say 8 So it went up almost 2 percentage points.
And then they're gonna hold that, it looks like they're holding it steady for a number of years, but have they said anything one way or another about?
They have not, and we hope that, if there is a change, they'll let us know in the governor's May.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen it go down or it just continues?
It actually went down during the COVID years because the state set aside one-time funds to mitigate a lot of the district's additional expenses that they were experiencing. And so they were able to allocate one-time funds across the state to reduce those.
So barring a state of emergency where the state jumps in to throw districts a bone, this is on the district to pay, and it will be around this number
Yeah.
or.
It's
potentially higher.
anticipated to be 19.1 for all 4 years.
Why, I mean, CalPERS is going up to almost 30% in
Bad
3
investment.
years.
Trustee, you knows all about that.
Bad investment.
Is that why?
They have really bad investment performance. They take a lot of risky bets.
So
They
we're
will
paying,
take-
and so we're paying for it.
They've
we're paying
invested
for the
in hedge
mistakes,
funds,
is what you're
they've
saying.
invested in really bad private deals, private equity, not done.
And so
That's
it
that
comes down
19%
to
to
us and the
20%.
taxpayer.
Yes, we get to pay for their bad investment decisions.
And every district has the same numbers. They're all-
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
This
This
is
is,
not-
these assumptions that you're seeing here are statewide.
Okay.
And so, yeah, these are assumptions that are used throughout. One thing I did want to highlight is where Sid has this up is if you look at the state minimum required reserves, and we'll talk about this a little further in the presentation, is based on your district's average daily attendance. Your reserve requirement from the state ranges from 1% to 5%. So obviously, if we're a very large district with an ADA over 400,000, it's 1%. Ours has been and probably always will be 3%. So we're right there in the middle, based on our average daily attendance, and that is a state requirement. Okay, and then let's go back to the slide deck, Sid, thank you. And then just again, I did want to mention our other local funds, which are parcel taxes, which we'll go into more detail about. Kiddo funds, as well as the PTA, PTSA and donations. And again, with the latter two, we do post donations as they're received. So once the revenues are received, we also post the expenses of that. You generally won't find those in the adopted budget.
So we are basing all the decisions on the numbers that may or may not be materialize.
Yeah, I mean, with our property taxes, they will not be confirmed until after the fiscal year ends. We can get, I would say we're within, generally speaking, we've been within 1%. So just taking a step back, when we look at where our revenues come from, we are primarily a locally funded district. So less than 10% of our revenues come from state and federal funds. And so you can see that this is from our adopted budget. And the reason why we did that is that way we could take away all of the carryover and all of that and just see cleanly where the revenues are coming from.
So, sorry, 1% of our, so roughly, $500,000.
1% of general budget or assessed value.
1% of this value, or we got the whole budget, sorry.
It's assessed value.
Okay.
260,000.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I just wanted to put a number in my head.
Could you repeat what you just said, please?
Yeah, we're actually
Or-
gonna get to it.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
so let's
okay,
repeat it
yeah,
later.
sorry.
So,
Okay.
I mean, this is
But go
my
ahead.
observation. So state passes all these measures like that art measure and proposition,
Prop
everything.
28.
Do we get anything? Like ever?
Yes, so the block grant we did receive, which is the one that we spoke of, which is the about 750,000. And then we anticipate receiving sort of a second portion of that. And then in terms of Prop 28, that those are funds for art and music enhancements, I guess is how I would say it, of approximately 285,000. However, the state is still working out the details on the allowable expenses for the art and music block grant, specifically around Prop 28. And the reason for that is because there is a lot of discussion about supplanting versus supplementing. And especially for districts that have foundations or other organizations that are supporting music. So that's something that we hope that we'll get clarity around in the 23-24 budget.
And then have they provided any clarification on if we get to have the money? Was that the one where they were like, you're going to get this funding, and then
We'll
in
help our
discussions,
kids.
it was like, well, maybe we won't have the money to fund this, and we may not be able to commit to providing districts with this money that you've already planned for, or is that a difference?
The Prop 28, we voted on that, so that is confirmed.
And can that money be used for teacher salaries, music teacher and art teachers?
And that is something that we need clarity around, because
Okay.
I would say the answer is yes, but the challenge is that you cannot use it to supplement. That the current language is that it must be used to, I'm sorry, that it can't be used to supplant.
Plant. Mhm.
It must
So
be
we
used to
can't, we're
supplement.
not going to get it, or even if we get it.
We have it, but we're waiting for clarity on how best we can utilize those funds.
So essentially, it's with the intention being that
As an
there,
enhancement.
yes, there are districts that have been that
Without.
have been very fortunate to have programs already, many without, and it's to be able to provide that to those who have not had already.
But
So
not
we're-
enough.
We're in that murky zone.
Yeah, we're not enough, because it's clearly. it's
And
not
this
enough
is a
money.
countywide discussion, because
Yeah.
similar to the Mill Valley School District, Larkspur Corner, there has a foundation that's supporting it as well as the district. So,
And supplant is a concept that, I didn't learn until I got out of college, but, could you give a just real simple explanation of that word and what it means in ed finance?
yeah, certainly. And so if we currently have a teacher that is an art teacher, and if their salary is $50,000 and we receive $50,000, we would need to spend an enhancement of that. So you cannot replace the $50,000 with what we're already staffing. It needs to be an enhancement to that and a supplement to that. And so that is a very simple way to think of it, is that if you already have something, you can't just use those funds to sustain what you already have. It needs to be a supplement and enhancement to the program.
So you could add another art teacher or music teacher, but cannot supplant the existing.
And we're working closely with Kiddo, just trying to work that out. I've been in close communication with our county office of education, who has been working with other districts that have foundations, just to receive clarity around that. And we hope that there will be some more information in the next month or two, as all of us are preparing our preliminary budgets. Okay, and so let's move to the next slide. And just, I know this slide is probably very familiar to many of you, but just a quick recap and we'll move on, is that there are two types of funding for public schools. It is local control funding formula, or LCFF, or what's called basic aid for community funded districts. So the first one, which are made up of the majority of districts, there's about 1,000 public school districts in the state of California, and the majority of them are what are called local control funding formula districts. And so basically what happens is that they receive their local property taxes on the left, and then the state fills the rest of the bucket on an average daily attendance based on the revenues that they would receive based on a per student basis.
So when the state says COLA will be this, for LCFF district, they'll get more money.
They will receive the additional COLA based on average daily attendance. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. And it does vary, and you do have districts even within Lorraine County that are going in and out of basic aid, community funded, and LCFF districts. So generally speaking, there are about 10% of the school districts within the state of California that are basic aid community funded districts. And what this means is that our property taxes exceed the amount of funding that the district would receive on a per student basis. So this is a formula calculation that we do at budget adoption. We do it with each interim calculation. We have it verified by the county office, because they also receive and reconcile the taxes from the county of Marin. And so with that, it's not an option that districts select or pick. It's a math calculation in terms of a formula based on property taxes and whether property taxes exceed what we would receive on an average daily attendance. So let's go to the next slide. And so how does assessed valuation relate to enrollment? So again, the majority of districts in the state of California receive funding on a per student basis. So as they receive more students, they would receive more funding on a per student basis based on their average daily attendance. Mill Valley School District is not an LCFF funded district, and therefore we do not receive additional funds on a per student basis, nor do we receive the LCFF state funded COLA or cost of living allocation. And I would just also add to that, that we do have districts within Marin County that also receive supplemental and concentration fund monies, and that's generally for districts that have a free and reduced lunch count of greater than 30%.
So Marin, Sausalito Marin receives that extra.
Correct.
So can I ask you for a question? Because this whole thing brings up the question of TK. So we now have to offer more and more TK to more and more of our students. And is it reflected in the budget, the staggered scheduling of TK rollout in your budget?
Yes, and so the eligibility timeline that we spoke of at the enrollment presentation is something that we're planning on and anticipating. And the district does not receive any additional funding for transitional kindergarten, which is why for a couple of years, both Reed and the Mill Valley School District did not offer transitional kindergarten. Currently, Ross, I believe, still has an MOU with Ross Valley. And basic aid districts do not receive additional funding on a per student basis.
Do we know if Reed has a TK?
They do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
And what happens if they don't give you money and you don't have money? What is the state expected to do?
Like what?
If you're, like Lexford, what happens to that?
Larkspur is not offering transitional kindergarten.
So they're out of compliance, basically.
What would happen to them?
They are not offering.
So essentially our declining enrollment total numbers is actually even lower for K through 8 than it appears, because we've added in students for TK.
For this, this is our first year back in TK. And if we go back to the enrollment presentation that we had, you can look back, and we did offer a TK for a few years. And then we received, additional information on, basic aid and the lack of funding for transitional kindergarten. We do know it's very important for our community, and so we had discussions last year and wanted to have that be part of our program. We also have early intervention at Park School, so that would be for 3 and 4-year-olds. And so we thought it would be a great way to just transition through early intervention, transitional kindergarten.
Just a quick housekeeping. Do we know people can hear us, because we've been, yes, we do. Great, thank you. We can even speak just normally. All right, thank you.
Okay, and then just quickly moving through this slide is that community funded districts, our revenues are really tied to assessed valuation and property taxes. And so we have reviewed that. And again, I'll just note that our final property taxes for this current fiscal year, we will not receive until August. And our projected base secured property taxes are just under 26.5 million. And that was also part of our second interim report. Okay, let's move to the next page. So I do want to just express my appreciation, because I know that there were questions that were asked in advance of this study session, and also just want to express my appreciation to Trustee Yu and Trustee Nakatani for spending additional time just reviewing the budget and additional questions. So one of the questions was, what is the average salary, benefit costs, and pension costs for the Mill Valley Teachers Association? So the base average cost for a teacher salary is $103,554, and based on full-time equivalency, or what's called FTE. We also have district paid health and welfare benefits, which include medical, dental, and vision. And for an employee only, it's 13,000, just under 13,200, and about 36% of our Teachers Association takes employee only, and employees that have we pay, the district pays 100% of employee plus one, as well as family. And that's just under 25,000. And so about 64% of our teachers take that benefit. And on a weighted average, it's about 20,500.
So 100% of FTEs use our package.
If you're greater than 0.9 FTE, you're required to take.
You are required.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do have part-time employees, and that is prorated. So
Okay.
this is based on a full-time
Right.
equivalent teacher. In addition to that, based on that average teacher salary of 103,554, the employee or paid pension for STRS is just under $20,000. The statutory benefits, which include Medicare, workers' comp, and state unemployment insurance, is just under $3,300. And then that would make total compensation for an employee only just under 140,000, with employee benefits making up 35% of that. And then total compensation for a teacher with employee plus one benefit or family, it's 151,362. And then the benefit portion is just under 48,000 or 46%.
So EE stands for.
Employee.
Oh,
So there's
employee
employee
plus one.
only and
Okay.
employee plus one.
Thank you.
Employee plus one also includes employee plus family. And then we also had, let's move to the next slide. We also had additional questions specifically around paid pensions and step and column. So the next question was, what amounts are paid to PERS, which is the Public Employee Retirement System, and STRS, the State Teachers Retirement System, for teachers and separately for unrepresented administrations. So for MBTA, it's 3.6 million. For unrepresented and administrators, it's 670,600. The next question was, how many teachers does the district have with 24 plus years of service who do not receive step and column increases? It's 36.2 FTE, full-time equivalency.
How do you get 0.2? Is it like? Just wondering.
And it could be someone who, like, you and I could work 0.6 and then it would be 1.2.
Oh, okay, so like two people.
What is the percentage for the whole bargaining group when they are taken into account? So 79% of our employees do step because they're between steps 1 through 23, and 21% are at step 24.
So 36.2 FTE equals 21%.
Correct. Okay, and then the next question is, what is the cost of 1% salary of district expenses? So for certificated MBTA, it's 230,000, classified it's 66,000, confidential, administration, unrepresented and confidential, it's 41,000, for a total cost of 1% for all staff being just under $338,000. And this was something that trustee you had brought up earlier in the presentation when we're looking at assessed valuation. So if you look at the comparison of assessed valuation based on our secured base property taxes of just under 26.5 million, the cost of 1% is 337,996, and 1% of secured taxes is just under $265,000. And then we also did do the calculation as requested for 8%. And 11%.
Based, assuming a 6% this year.
Correct.
Is there any chance that other portions of revenue will grow more than, I guess, parcel taxes won't grow any more than 5%? I guess the state funding will not grow more than 1%, right?
State funding depends.
Kind of problem now.
In my mind, it depends on how effective community is in encouraging the state to look at how they fund the schools.
Does the MCOE give us anything like in terms of revenue?
Actually, that's a great question. We do receive money through the fiscal allocation plan through special education.
Okay.
So we have a lot of shared services, and what we do is as a county, we are able to pool our funds And then we have created what's called a fiscal allocation plan.
Yeah.
It is fairly complicated in the sense that it has weighted needs based on services, but it's primarily based on our enrollment and average daily attendance. But I know Erin Conklin has a lot more details on that, but I feel like it's a great way for us to ensure that we are able to share our services with large districts and small districts, and in order to really take advantage of our programs to serve the needs of all students, rather than us just having one classroom for a student that may not be having their needs fully served.
But in the end, would we, throughout the presentation at the end, will we be seeing what the encroachment is or how much more?
Yes,
At
yes.
at a later date, later time.
So the next question is, what are the different types of revenues? And so we receive both restricted funds as well as unrestricted funds. And so I actually took this definition from what's called CSAM, which is the California School Accounting Manual. And so restricted funds are any programs related to the operation of transitional kindergarten through 8th grade that are considered part of the ordinary operations of the general fund. Unrestricted funds and restricted funds must be reported and reflected separately in the district's budget and financial interim reports. And that's why you saw in both the unaudited actuals and our 2 interim reports that they are separately categorized in different columns or on different pages on how they are accounted for. Unrestricted funds are those funds that whose uses are not subject to external or legal constraints and may be used for any purposes not prohibited by law. So basically, they don't have the parameters of restricted funds, which are funded revenue sources subject to constraints imposed by external resources provided by law through constitutional provisions or enabling legislation. And so again, perfect example of special education, which we receive both state and federal funds. They're very restrictive. There are parameters on how those funds can be spent, the types of programs they can be spent on. So the revenues and expenses are categorized on the restricted side of the house.
Can you share with us what are any restricted categories such as special ed? Is the board restricted from using the money for salaries in that category? Like, and you could say, no, it never is, or yes, it is in some situations.
So for special education, we certainly fund and we pay our special education staff out of those restricted dollars because those teachers are aligning with the parameters of the program and therefore their salaries and benefits are allowable to be funded through those restricted dollars. Another example, and we'll actually go through it, is that a large portion of our restricted dollars are dedicated from the voters' agreement of the parcel taxes. Mm-hmm. And so parcel taxes are all used for staff and program. Those funds were approved by our voters to be used for teachers and staff and also librarians.
Are there any restricted funds just off the top of your head that where it says specifically not to be used for salaries, for teacher salaries or admin salaries?
Yes, and so that would be under the category of like curriculum and instruction, professional development. There are certain funds, and I actually have a matrix that I'll be presenting that shows what our allowable expenses are. And I would say curriculum and instruction is a very good example of funds that cannot be used towards salaries.
Could you just quickly share with me how many total, and if you don't have off the top of your head, can look at it later, but how many total certificated teachers do we have roughly?
It's 180. I think I just looked that up. I'm sorry. It's I have it here.
You could do the math backwards, it could be 21% or.
And you're good at that. So it's a 180.
Double it by 5, 36 times.
180 full-time equivalents.
And then how many classified?
Hold on, I have that here too.
Thank you, thank you.
Maybe 3.
93, and then What is admin unrepresented? What is that? Who's unrepresented?
That would be our confidential staff and admin. Administrators are not part of the collective bargaining unit.
That's it.
Anyway, admin unrepresented confidential. How many total folks do we have?
19.
19. Okay, thank you. And that's all, that's the whole family, right? Okay, thank you.
This is not a good time, but like I'm thinking of pandemic funds and all the restricted and unrestricted funds. So our book expenditure went up approximately $200,000 in our general, from about 650-ish a few years ago to like 870 something. And that's because we asked the PTAs that we will take care of the books and other consumables, right?
Yes, so our materials and supplies budget did increase and we actually ran the numbers on those and
We used to buy our own first year school supplies and then the district store fund.
And it's about $200,000.
But are we going to be looking at that somewhere later?
yes, we'll look
Okay.
at that with the unrestricted.
Thank
I just want,
You just want to
I just
put it out there.
restricted and unrestricted out there.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Sid, we're on the next slide. Okay, great. So the next question that came up is how are restricted funds budgeted? What is restricted carryover? So we talked a little bit about that with the unaudited actuals, how we calculate and come to the restricted fund balance, which is then carried into the current fiscal year from the prior year. And that's what's called restricted prior year carryover. And so what we did is we put together all of our restricted funds on that link, Sid, if you want to just click on that. And it is small, but it is something that can certainly be referenced in the future. We listed every single restricted fund that our district receives. And so, for example, let's maybe just go to further down, Sid, where it's less dense. And we can go towards the end.
There are a lot of numbers embedded in it.
So again, we have, you can see this third to last line, our parcel taxes, it's $11.1 million. And that is used towards teacher salary and benefits. And the voter approved language, but then we also have, like, for example, donations. And then on the far right, we have allowable expenses. And what we wanted to show here was this matrix with the budgeted numbers. And the total budget does reconcile with the second interim report that the board approved in March. We also indicated if these funds were one-time monies, new monies, ongoing, or prior year carry.
So that's important to know because some of them are COVID money we will not get back. And if you subtract out all those one-time funding like COVID, our budget is less than $52 million realistically. But the other side of the coin is we don't have to budget exaggerated restricted fund expenses for books and crazy stuff, right? Okay.
And the highlighted represents one-time money. It's the first column, so you'll see the resource number, which is the reference that aligns with the interim reports in SACs, as well as the budget. And then the description or the title of the restricted fund, the budget amount that is in our current second year interim budget, whether or not they're one-time money. The next column is new, and new again is going to be the example that Director Laura Myers will be bringing forward with that money at the end of the month. And then ongoing, for example, would be parcel taxes and kiddo, outdoor education funds, PTA, and then the last column prior to the allowable expenses description is our prior year carryover.
Where's the prior year carry? Sorry, yeah, missed that.
It's the X right before the narrative.
Prior year, okay, so
I can't
that's,
see the.
so in other words,
column header.
special ed learning recovery has prior year carryover of 40,000. Is that what I'm supposed to read as an example?
Yes, I'm not sure which line item you are, but.
Oh,
yes.
that like the one that the
Sped learning recovery, it's got check marks for carryover,
The first one.
$40,002.
Yeah, is that how I'm to read it?
I'm sorry, which one?
It's okay, it's a very top one, the very first one on the
Top of the
chart.
second page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's second page. Oh, I didn't even notice it. My apologies.
I don't know if your pages look.
I was gonna say, just look like our pages look alike, but yes, if it's prior year carryover, it is.
6537 resource number.
Thank you. Yes, so we do have 40,000 in prior year carryover.
Mhm.
It is one-time money, sped learning recovery. Funds shall be used by the local educational agency in collaboration with the special education local plan area or the SELPA to provide learning recovery support for pupils with disabilities related to impacts resulting in COVID disruption for the period through March 2020 to September 2021. And so we will likely be fully exhausting those this year, but that's a great example of showing where we had prior year carryover of $40,000. It's one-time money that will not be reoccurring.
So is this a good time? Where do we see the books and supplies carry? Or what page is it? If we could just. draw
So
attention, or
for
object
example,
code perhaps, because that's fine.
It's the 400, right, 4,000.
And you can't be creative with.
so look at 6,300, that would be our
6,300.
lottery instructional materials.
All right, so is this a good time to have the conversation again as on how that looks at different
Yeah,
times?
let's actually go through a couple more
Okay.
slides because I think that we'll
Sounds
have additional detail on
Okay.
the 4s and 5,000s.
Great.
Okay, so if we go back to the slide deck, Sid, thank you. Again, there is that link with the restricted funds, and as a result of the pandemic and the California Department of Education, the Mill Valley School District received restricted dollars and one-time dollars. As noted in the chart, we do have carryover dollars. Some of them will be spent this current fiscal year, but as you can see, we received new dollars as well on the restricted side. And so those will be spent for and planned over the next 1 to 3 years. Restricted carryover, the revenues are recognized and accounted for when the revenues are received. The expenditures are budgeted based on anticipated expenses, but may be carried over for an extended number of fiscal years. And we have an example of that coming up. So let's look at this example. How does the budget reflect restricted carryover? So this is just an example. If we were using restricted dollars of $1 million and it was from the 2021 school year, and the district has a 3-year plan. So how is this reflected in the budget? Year 1, the revenues of $1 million would be budgeted. And although we may know that we're not spending the full $1 million, we are required to budget the full expense. So you'll see $1 million in the revenue and $1 million in the expenses for the first year. If we actually only spend $600,000, we would then have restricted carryover into year 2 of $400,000. So in the second year, there are 0 revenues budgeted, but there's $400,000 budgeted on the expense side of restricted carryover.
Okay, let's stop there. So it doesn't make sense to my, logical mind that does budgeting at home, right? So I'm trying to understand this universe. So you've got $1 million to spend, and say I have $1 million to spend on improvements to my house. So what we have to do is we have to put it all in that year as an expense, even though we're not spending it. So right there, it's a super downside risk.
Yeah, your house renovation is a great example because let's just say you receive a loan of $1 million.
Right.
And you anticipate spending that entire $1 million the first year, but I don't know, there's a rain delay. So you only spend $600,000. So in year 2, you still have $400,000 balance, but there's no new revenue associated with it. So then the second year, you still anticipate spending this $400,000, but there's some, I don't know, the pandemic. And so you actually only spend $300,000. And then the third year, again, you're not receiving any additional revenue because you still took out that $1 million the first year. Then you just have $100,000 left to spend in the third year. But the expense is still budgeted and it needs to be recognized because the revenue has already been received.
Right, and that's what I don't do that in my own budget. I don't think else does. So all I'm saying, it's like I've got the money and I put it in the bank, and then in my budget, I show when I spend it. But what we have to do here is show like all of a sudden, second random, you spent your $1 million. which makes it look like you're bankrupt.
So it looks
So
like your
let me-
accrued expenses.
Let me finish for a minute. Let me
There's
finish.
no
I'll try-
accrual accounting,
Yeah, I
that's
know.
the problem.
Let me finish for a minute. So then, when I'm looking at this, the actual spent were 600, but what you're saying is here too, I don't put that I have 400 left in income?
No,
It's
Where do I, wait a minute, let me ask, where,
that's
okay,
that
so
fund
where
balance.
does it go?
That's that fund balance that you saw in your unaudited actuals of the 1.522.
Okay, so it looks like a negative, but it's really income. Does everybody understand?
No, it's not income, there's no income,
No,
you're
it's-
not allowed to show cash balance. It's as if when you have a restricted one-time grants like this, you cannot show cash balance that is usable, so the.
Sorry, it's not income, but it's
forces you-
money.
There is a cash there.
Yeah.
You cannot post your end balance of that cash. So legally, you're required to, regardless whether you need it or not, supposed to budget it for that. So our expenses are artificially high because we're never going to spend $1.6 million this year. But legally, so that's legally, we have to budget $1.6 million to show zero cash balance.
And then on top of it, I just learned,
Yeah.
you can't at the next year say you still have 400 in cash. It doesn't show up. That's what I'm reading
Well,
right here.
it will show up cash in the beginning in the restricted fund, but you have to budget $400,000 of remaining expenses you may or may not spend. Or you may not want to spend it, but you have to spend it because otherwise you get penalized.
Yeah, so the point I'm making though is that in
Inefficient
terms
usage.
of our budgeting for teachers' salaries or administrator salaries in general. It is antithetical to any kind of logic I use in my real life.
Yes, it's the
Correct?
government.
Right, so I'm going to speak more about opportunities, but I just wanted to let that sink into my brain.
Yes, it's a government telling you, giving you money and telling you you have to spend it regardless of whether you need it or not, but you could only spend it on things that you may not.
But more importantly, it
Yes.
says you've got to put it in your budget as if you spent it now, so you look really poor and like you're gonna need to sell your house. When you've got the cash sitting there, so it's
But you
this
can't
illogical-
spend the cash, that's
Right.
even worse, because you can't spend that cash in a way you need it. You're forced to overspend on things that our district may never need, so like.
Why, what do you mean?
Because it's restricted funds,
It's
so.
restricted to COVID, so you might have to buy more COVID hand sanitizers, even though you may not need it, right?
We're gonna
That's
talk about that.
basically-
Because I'm wondering, I mean, maybe I'm trying to, I think I need to wait.
I
Right.
think what I would say
Because
is.
I have a really
it's-
good question.
Okay, I think it's, if you wanted to ask now, that's great, but I also think it's really important to just. When you're evaluating the financials, to look at both the unrestricted side and the restricted side.
And restricted side, the government cannot, it tells you, you cannot spend it beyond anything so COVID. Hand sanitizer example, you have to buy hand sanitizers, regardless, you have to throw away 2/3 of them because we're not going to let you spend it for what you really need.
I know, but with COVID, okay, so.
I have
now
no
you're- COVID- With COVID funds, we can spend on salaries.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Wait,
Well, isn't it
I'm
their-
the
isn't it their
accountant, let the
one-time
accountant
funds?
answer.
It will, so it depends on the
Yes.
type of restricted fund.
Yes, it does.
Because each restricted funding source has its own parameters and compliance requirements.
Okay.
I remember that.
So
from-
the reason, and the good example is the ESSER dollars. And now I'm gonna lose track of.
I'm
the,
sorry, yeah, we're being
ESSER
dynamic. Oh,
Yeah.
But
Oh.
what I will say is the ESSER
Yeah.
dollars, we use to, that's how we funded our TOSAs, our teacher home
Okay.
special assignment. And that's why it was only a 2-year funding source.
Right.
We also enhanced what was called our RAMP, our reading and math specialist. We're able to add additional time. And the other piece was curriculum related, but
So the money did go to
different but the
something.
same, so not
Mhm.
COVID, but different but the same is like special education, IDEA we used on special education. Instructional aids and early intervention, so, and then just another example is, we use Title II, which are federal dollars for counseling. So, but again, they're very limited and they're you know, all of those cases, they were one-time settlements.
So
Okay, so they're not recurring.
They're not.
And so we can do
And
that
that's-
on a temporary basis.
TOSAs are a great example,
but
right?
that's
The
what-
TOSAs are a great example. We identified funding that we could fund for 2 years. The original job description was for the 2 years during the funding duration. And then the board did approve to extend that based on identified funding, which again, you'll see in 2 weeks.
okay,
Okay, so that was my question. We approved the TOSA contracts. The funding going forward after this ESSER block grant expired and we exhausted is coming from another source and not our general operating budget?
It's coming from another, well, not yet.
Okay,
But
but
it may
yeah,
be
okay,
coming
that was,
from
just I was
another
just wondering, because we approved the
restricted
contract.
funding source.
Yeah,
restricted
okay.
funding.
But it did
Got it.
say, the job description did say based on identified funding.
thank you.
And what happens if that funding somehow, you know, the California being in the financial mess that it's about to get into and has been this year? What happens if that funding goes? Then we have to bring.
And we
that
have to
into
talk to that bar.
Right, okay. All right,
Okay, so again, your housing renovation is very aligns very much to this example on this slide, so. And I recognize the time, but we did have public comment, so I do want to just make sure that we get through the slides. When is restricted carryover posted to the budget? And why do these expenses change throughout the year? So just to reorient ourselves, when we started this presentation, we went over the unaudited actuals, which showed us what our prior year carryover was. You saw that was posted in the first interim report, and then any new and additional monies, for example, the arts music block discretionary block grant was posted in the second interim. And so that's why there are changes throughout the interim financial reports in terms of restricted budget. So the second interim, we did post, we took all of the unrestricted funds, and that is a link there that we wanted to share. And so with that, you can see this is what Trustee Yu was speaking about with curriculum and instruction, materials and supplies, donations. This also includes everything from conferences to utilities, insurance, my favorite. I just have to highlight because our director Julio Arroyo is here. Utilities for the district are estimated to be about $1 million per year. That includes electricity and garbage and all of that. I was always a little surprised to learn that our garbage bill is $100,000 for the district, which seems crazy. It also includes our copy machines, our maintenance agreements, and legal fees, advertising, audit fees, the election that we had. And so these are all unrestricted dollars that you'll see in our budget. For the fours, which are considered materials and supplies, that's $871,000. And then on the 5,000s, which are services and operating, it's just under $3 million. So that's the unrestricted. And then if we want to click to the restricted side, this again aligns with the matrix that we just reviewed in terms of our restricted dollars. It also includes our PTA funds, PTSA funds, special education funds. I do want to note, just because we did, I'm sorry about this, we did use some acronyms. Non-public agency is NPA, non-public school is NPS. And again, SPED is special education programs, settlement agreements.
What's
parcel tax
DW?
fees,
Lottery DW.
district-wide.
so can I ask you, so our consultants are not in this, but they're in later, right, in the travel and whatever?
In the 5,000s,
Okay.
correct.
And are there any? Are those, like, are there any consultants that may not recur? Like, do we continue with all those consultants going forward, or how does that work?
So the board just approved last month the DEI
Yes.
contract, and so that's the diversity, equity, and inclusion for the 23-24 year. So
Yeah.
if those contracts continue, they will be included on our ongoing expenses.
Are there any major contracts besides that one? Consulting?
Well, we have, you can see at
like
the,
Leo?
well, I don't know about Leo specifically, but we have like Windsor, Heinemann. And I'm looking to Laura, but this is for this year. We also have Mindset Mathematics, McGraw, Great Minds, IXL, Voyager, Newsletter, and then Learning A to Z. So
Those are curriculum. And so, yeah, so the large contracts are, so Glean, which is structured literacy, Leo, which is math, and DEI, which is critical friends, which will all be separate presentations or in the consent agenda.
thanks, Laura.
But the most meaningful. is-
We also had some counseling services as well, and learning recovery, is that? Okay, we also had some counseling services as well.
Is it still really hard to find counselors? Instead of.
The Salva Learning Recovery movie.
I don't have the detail, 100,000.
Well, we did use the Salva Learning Recovery Fund to fund additional staffing in part to fill spaces.
Thank you.
And we still use consultants for, this may be more Kimberly question, not yours. So this is not one I asked you earlier, so sorry. I'm not supposed to surprise you here, but the consultant, the counseling consultants, are we planning on using them next year, or is there?
Dagmar can respond to that.
Yeah.
We are not, we have all of our contracts, or rather I should say teacher contracts signed for the upcoming school year, so. Although we're using consultants this year, we will not next year.
Okay, would that save us something or not?
Sorry.
Would that save us?
And then it moves to the salary and benefit side.
Okay.
Right? So you either have the 5,000s, which are consulting,
Okay,
or it's in, you're either paying on the consulting side if it's a contract,
okay.
or if we hire our own, it's on salary and benefits.
What's cheaper, consultants or our own teachers? Well, my guess is consultants cost us the district. more.
It's hard to say because it depends on the teacher we're talking about, are they an experienced teacher, whether those salary schedules, contributions, STRs.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the PTA, what are the outside service consulting for all the PTAs?
5,800.
Yeah, sorry, well, they're all 5,800.
I'm sorry.
The bottom of the second page.
Yes.
I am thinking that maybe outdoor education's on a separate line item. I can look into that. I'm not,
You're not sure, Old Mill
Okay.
19,000, just wondering.
like Old Mill 19,000 is. I'd have to look at the detail. I
Oh, thank you.
apologize. I don't
Just
have
curious.
that. But I'm happy to follow up on that.
Yeah. So real expense.
So I'm not sure if you have any speakers or anything that come in.
Or assembly, maybe?
I'll look it up. Let's not
Thank you.
guess. Let's look it up. Okay.
What is
So-
ELO again? I'm sorry.
Expanded learning opportunities. That's another state funded.
And that's for after school, like enrichment.
284,000 is that?
So we can actually talk about that one a little bit more. So expanding learning opportunities for 284,000 is something that Mill Valley School District, as well as other districts, will likely need to return to the feds. And the reason for that is there is a requirement for schools that receive this money to have 9-hour instructional days.
Oh, okay.
And so we are working with the county to see if, there are any collaboratives or anything like that. But again, that was something that was provided, but in order to receive and maintain those monies, you would have to comply with their allowable restrictions and expenses. And what many districts have found that have tried to take advantage of these funds is that the cost exceeds the funding that's coming from the federal grant. And I think I've already covered this, but restricted carryover funds must be budgeted in the interim report as expenses, and unspent budgeted balances may be carried forward into the subsequent years.
Okay, just to confirm, these numbers also follow our budget. All is the same as books and supplies.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a total
On
of
the
6.7 million on the restricted side. Okay.
And we are in the home stretch, so.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful.
What are district reserves? So district reserves or fund balance, which is how it's identified in the SACS forms, are undesignated or unrestricted funds. They're one time and they do not have a revenue source. Again, we had already discussed this, but our district, the state required reserve is 3% for economic uncertainty. And the district has also designated board designated reserves for the expiration of the supplemental parcel tax as of June 2022, pension costs, and the cost of interdistrict staff interdistrict transfers.
And then real quick, that total, the 3 plus those board designated reserves.
It's about 7%.
7%, okay.
Correct.
How much?
7%.
Of the reserve.
Correct. And then again, just I think we are almost there, Sid. What are the Mill Valley School Districts? Why are the Mill Valley School Districts reserves greater than the state requirement? As a community funded district, districts are recommended to hold reserves greater than LCFF districts due to economic volatility. Reserves are one-time funds, and community funded districts again are recommended by the Marin County Office of Education to hold reserves greater. And as we had discussed, there's potential reassessments within the county. And then we also contacted School Services of California. And for 21-22, the average community funded elementary school district unrestricted reserves were 31.5%. And at second interim, ours were just under 35%.
So 35% is how many months? Let's say, God forbid, this guy falls out.
Yeah.
And, doom is here.
So 2 months, which is generally recommended, 2 months of operating expenses is about 16-17% for our district.
16-17%.
So can I ask you,
So this is 4 months?
so,
Sorry.
what, in order to maintain our AAA rating for the bond project, what's the minimum unrestricted reserve we have to maintain, or is it total reserves that we have to maintain?
We asked this question to our financial advisor.
He said
He
20%,
said
but
20%. I do believe that would be total reserves.
total reserves, okay.
We can ask him that because he'll be here next week with Julio Arroyo's presentation.
Okay, so maybe that we could clarify that too.
So Michelle, just clarification, 1 month of operating budget is roughly 16-17%?
No, that's
2
2
months.
2 months, so
Okay,
then the
so the
reserve,
reserves we get up through 4 months.
And then there was a question around our Marin County Office of Education interim letter, which was brought on the consent agenda at the March board meeting. And it's dated April 14th and it's attached there. There's a link there. But I did highlight the main portion of the letter, which is that the county superintendent it's by code are required to concur with or change the interim certification after examining the report to determine whether it complies with the standards and criteria established pursuant to Education Code 33127 and determining whether the interim budget will allow the district to meet its financial obligations during the current year and is consistent with the financial plan that will enable the district to satisfy its multi-year financial commitments. And clearly we presented a second interim report with a positive certification and the county office concurred. There were questions specifically around the Marin County Office of Education's responsibilities and statutory duties. And so they did provide these slides for us. And this is in relation to the interim letters that they provide. And so with that, Kate Lane, who is the Deputy Superintendent of Marin County Office of Education, provided these slides. And the first is the local control of districts' budgets and finances. So I mean, you could read these yourself, but basically governing boards hold a fiduciary duty to the district and by extension to their students, parents, community, and staff to ensure the district's financial condition is stable and that financial obligations can be met. And then bullet point, prevention of fiscal distress and ultimately fiscal crisis is always the better option. District fiscal stability and solvency is the responsibility of the district's governance team. Preparation, approval, monitoring, and reporting of budgetary and actual financial data rests with the local educational agency. So that is all within the hands of this district, and that is why we bring forward to our local board the interim reports as well as the budget for approval. And preservation of resources is a much better strategy than restoration of depletion of revenues and reserves.
But like but some of the most important drivers are recommended by MCOE in terms of assessed value, right?
For the county, that's
Not
from the county.
recommended from the common whatever letter, right? And all the basic aid districts in Mill Valley, in Marin County use their recommendation.
We use projections from the county.
Okay.
And then the next question was the county superintendent duty and obligation. So this is the Marin County Office of Education, county superintendent. The county superintendent has the responsibility to assess, concur or not concur, and monitor a district's reporting and fiscal condition, provide progressive intervention tailored to the severity of the problem. When a district begins to experience financial distress, the county superintendent has an obligation to act. And then this process is part of Education Code 42127.6. And
What
so-
happens like so doesn't mean county takes over and gets rid of the board and I mean, what happens when you really distress? What does the county tend to do? Like,
So they will come in and help you design they'll provide an investigation findings, notification, and further findings to provide. The county superintendent may exercise fiscal emergency powers.
What are those?
They can
Fire us, all of us?
Well, there was a county in, was it in Texas that had this happen not too long ago where the state stepped in. So it may be different, just given different state, but essentially the state stepped in and took over the entire district, the board, the superintendent, and they cut costs wherever they need to.
Is that what's going on in Oakland? I wonder.
That has happened in Oakland in the past, in my 27 years, I've seen that happen at the state level. But your question is still interesting in relationship to the county.
Yeah,
And
what could they do?
I think the county, for my reading of this, whatever emergency powers means is probably then determined at that time. With regards to Sausalito, I do know that we had county office involvement in their budgeting, and there was even a superintendent put in place from the county office. So I'm not sure that there's a laundry list that's written. We might-
It's tailored.
So in other words, yeah, when.
Better to be in county good graces before they come down.
It seems like it's an
Sorry.
in-between step to try
Yes.
and manage things before you would get to the state level.
Okay.
Okay, we're in the last two slides. So
Great.
we do have some references there that are provided from the Marin County Office of Education, as well as a link for further guidance that is available online as well as through this presentation. So the last question as it relates to the second interim letter that's provided by the Marin County Office of Education is fund balance and reserves. And there was a question specifically around that. The ending fund balance may be designated, assigned, or committed for specific purposes. And as we just discussed, there are 3 line items that are board designated reserves that make up about 7%. All districts must maintain a minimum reserve for economic uncertainty. For our district, that is 3%. All districts are encouraged to maintain a reserve for economic uncertainty greater than the state required minimum. The GFOA recommends a minimum reserve of 70%, which is equal to approximately 2 months of operating expenditures. Community funded districts are specifically encouraged to maintain higher reserve levels because cash flow is dependent on property tax receipts, which come only twice a year. So they come December 10th when we all pay our tax bill, and then again April 10th. Reassessments of property values result in an immediate reduction in revenues. So there's no lag time that you would see with a LCFF district.
So I'm just asking this question because I can't believe we are only getting 1.5% on our cash and you know, they're now checking accounts paying 3-4%. Assuming they're larger banks. why is county, because that's a real source of revenue. So why are we only getting 1.5%?
So there is an annual report that's part of the consent agenda that we also provide quarterly, and the policy investment report with the county of Marin, which is where our money is placed. They use a philosophy of SLIDE. So it's safety, liquidity, and yield.
Yeah, but bank is 3%.
So again, we can review that, but they are our bank, right? So we don't have the ability to put it, it's safety, liquidity, and yield. So I think what you're thinking of is yield should be a priority, but for them, safety is number one.
So bank
Liquidity.
accounts are not safe enough, neither are the CDs yielding 3 months.
We
CDs
can certainly
yielding
pull the quarterly investment report. We'll pull it from the consent agenda, but
Yeah.
it actually lists every
Okay.
single investment that they have with their yield. And again, it's something that I always say it this way, they're the only bank in town, right? So we don't have any other option.
They seem to really underperform safe treasuries and JP Morgan Chase.
And I think we should have a conversation on that. We do have one last page.
Yes, we do.
Correct? And then-
Yes, so this was again a question about clarity of from the interim letter, and this was MCOE's response. Is that they basically looked at our second interim, and again, the total assigned, which we had discussed, the board designated assigned, represents about 7%, reserves for economic uncertainty is 3%, and the board reserve for economic uncertainty is 13.5%, which puts us at a total of about 36% for total all reserves of 19.1 million. And then I'm just going to close really quick. So last slide, Sid, is that what's up next is we have our board presentation, which will, the reason why it is scheduled for the 24th is because we will hopefully have more information on the governor's May revise, as well as information from the County Office of Education, the preliminary budget on June 7th, and the budget adoption on June 15th.
Okay. Questions? Anybody have any questions?
do.
before
I do.
begin?
So,
Okay.
LCFF funded districts are receiving the governor's COLA of 8.13. Is that a done deal, or is that, I didn't quite follow?
So those are the current assumptions, and that is, so if we look at this page here that Sid had put up for the assumptions. For 22-23, it's 6.56. 23-24 has not been confirmed.
We're
That will
waiting for
come
that
with the
May.
state. That will be
Any day
the,
now kind of thing, okay.
and that will be the May proposal, but it's actually not confirmed until the State Budget Act is
Which is when?
June.
Oh, okay.
So San Rafael is giving teachers 11% for 22-23. Is that corrective, right? I think.
They are, the elementary school is LCFF, the high school is basic aid.
Complicated.
So they are getting, so if the governor's COLA stands at 8.1, that means they would have gotten 6% from the government last year, got a state last year. And then they're expecting 18% for the total of 14% for the 2 years. Is that what it is? As the governor sent out, it's 6% for last year?
Yes.
For this year, okay.
So generally speaking, I would say that what you said is correct.
Okay.
San Rafael also does receive supplemental concentration grant funds as well, which is in addition to the.
That also reflects COLA.
So I was back on page 13, and I just in thinking about monies and ways that our board can be involved in allocation of funds. For example, the 775,000 block grant that we mentioned. We have a plan that we will be hearing from Laura Myers, but would I be clear in thinking that the board has the leeway to evaluate that plan, but also look at other options for that money if in fact it is within their restricted purview, such as use it for salaries?
So it is a plan that will come, I guess the way I would answer it is it is a plan that is coming to the board for approval. The board could approve or disapprove the plan. I will say, keep in mind that those funds are one time.
Okay.
And can we ask the county why the yields are so low on $13 million? Because that's a very substantial potential inflow of cash for our reserve balance.
So keep in mind that we will, because of the way that our taxes are received, we generally will have a very low cash balance by October, November, and a month until December taxes post.
But on our reserves, like we have,
But we definitely dip into it.
no, but that we have $20 million in reserves or whatever, right? And then that should be, right now we're getting 1.5%, which save CDs, FDIC guarantee CDs are, I think, 3.5%.
So I think of it this way, is that when we close out our books, if we had $20 million, we are running our payroll based on that with no tax receipts or property taxes until December 10th.
So,
But my understanding is that we do get loans from the county. I mean, I'm not particularly clear on this, but I am past memory.
You can receive what's called a TAN, a tax anticipation note, and that's when you run negative cash. And then you would pay negative interest.
and does the county, do we pay the county to manage our funds? Is that why our interest rates are so low, or how does that go? Like, what,
I think the yield represents what it is net, right? I mean, they manage those funds. So the yield is what you're receiving, less any county management.
So trustee you, I'm very interested in this topic as well, because I see where this is going, and it seems like, again, an inflexible kind of stagnant system program that perhaps we could do some work on to have some clarity on that.
I just like, I'm trying to put my arm around it because I bought a whole bunch of very safe fixed income, and I just don't get it. So I'm just trying to understand why we're only getting 1.5%. Is there a fee that's paid, or do they guarantee 1.5% year over year? Because 1.5% more or 2% more is a very substantial amount of reserve that would increase our reserve.
Yes.
I just find it really hard to believe in this environment that it's yielding only 1.5%.
That they're not more nimble.
Yes, that's why I'm like a little bit confused.
Well, we can.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we can approach,
And this
We
is
should
not a
drill down.
something which with you, but like when I see 1.5%.
Well, I was trying to find the report that comes to the board as it relates to interest earnings. So once I find that, we can re-forward it to you, but it does come to the board quarterly as an information item from the county of Marin.
Yeah, last time I read it was super low too. This is why there's a disconnect, whether they guarantee you 1.5% each year, but they get whatever is higher for the, for the county budget. I'm just trying to understand.
So, Michelle, so we get our funding twice a year, December, we're at taxes. And then you were saying by October, November, before our December taxes come into us, are we dipping into our reserves to knowing we're getting a big, taxes in a month? Do we significantly, you mentioned dipping into our reserves, so does that number kind of go like this, and at the end of the year, like how much do we dip into that, the October, November, before we get,
I would say each payroll is about $2.5 million. So we are paying August, September, October, November. So that's $10 million. Generally speaking, we used to have to utilize the TAN, the tax anticipation note, but of late, we have not. We still ask the board to approve it in the event that we do run into negative cash flow situation. But we do maintain positive cash flow, but it is with the utilization of our reserves.
I was just wondering does that affect the?
No, not really, because it's only, but it's not significant.
Are you looking for the quarterly investment?
I found it.
The last one was the March consent agenda, the March 9th meeting.
Yes, and so if anyone has an interest, the Department of Finance with the County of Marin, it is on our consent agenda. And it's titled the 22-23 Annual Statement of Investment Policy. And it does provide the discussion with that. And then we also provide on the consent agenda the quarterly investment reports, which show our earnings and the investments that they invest in.
So regarding the last page 34, it seems to me, trustees, that, you know, this assignment for pension cost increases is a board reserve, if you're on page 34, as is for the assigned for parcel tax expiration and assigned for interdistrict transfers. It seems to me that these are decisions that were made by a prior board and could be brought up on future agendas to just understand them and evaluate their relevance or lack thereof moving forward.
I would say pension is probably important, but I don't understand what the others
I would, interdistrict transfers is to be able to allow, and
Teachers.
correct me if I'm wrong, current teachers in the school district to have their children attend Mill Valley schools, or I don't know if it includes other ones, but that way they could, you know, instead of being in a separate district and trying to manage in different locations, then they could have their kids in the same district. Or is this also applying to somebody who might be in a different district to transfer for services available here?
This is related directly to our own staff
Okay.
and district transfers, and it was just it was an estimate provided through the CFAC and through the district in terms of our per student spending. So the current policy allows for 25 students outside of the district, and therefore there wouldn't be revenues associated with that. So there wouldn't be parcel taxes, there wouldn't be property taxes. And so it is a $500,000 reserve.
So essentially, this is to do right by our teachers as best as we can when it comes to having their children be able to be in the
It's
district.
covering the
Yeah, so
downside
I
risk.
wouldn't.
Right, but the point being,
Yeah.
you know, these are reserves that the board can review, and we might want to do so to understand and calibrate or not the figures is what I'm saying. It's 7%, because we've got a reserve of 3%. So we're covering the state. We have economic uncertainty of 25%.
The pension reserve is something that probably cannot be touched.
So what I'm saying
That's
is,
the
if, you know,
ball.
back to our AAA rating recommendation of 20%, you know, we're at 36%. So I just wanted to identify the various figures and you know, the fact that, again, that this is a board approved reserves, which was not a board approved by this board.
Yeah, that's a good question, Michelle, with the part for the parcel tax expiration, given that it happened in June 2022, like, is the assumption built in with that it would be kind of dipped into and phase out over time, because it's kind of covering rather than having a significant drop all at
Exactly, it
once?
was just to avoid the cliff, right?
Okay.
But we have replacement measures, so, yeah. Okay.
Well, I wanted to ask a question, because it's been noted what Reed Union has have a tenant settlement agreement. So, you know, we often look to Reed as sort of, you know, I'd say a like-minded district in a way. However, I know the property over there is more expensive. So do you know kind of the parcel tax per student data, how that might compare to ours?
You mean revenue per student?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, not parcel tax, I'm sorry. Property assessed value, property tax per student revenue to us. Does that make sense?
No, say it one more time. That didn't make sense to me.
I'm sorry, so I was saying, like, you know, Reed's very similar, but their property is more expensive, so
Right.
are they getting a more revenue per student from their property taxes? For their revenue, because they're also basic aid district, similar to ours, but half the size.
And so they are basic aid, and some districts are more deeply into basic aid than other districts, meaning that their excess taxes are greater or less than other districts. So Reed is a good example. Town District has a much larger area in terms of assessed valuation of properties. But Reed District in particular, I did pull their information. And their secured property taxes is $19.1 million. And they have just over 1,000 students. And so this is just a very like raw calculation. Their secured property taxes divided by their students is 18,687 to be exact. The Mill Valley School District, our property taxes at second interim were just under 26.5 million. And divided by the number of students that we have, which for CBED's reporting purposes was 2,369. Our secured property taxes divided by the number of students is 11,181.
So we are a lot less.
Several of those.
From
500.
Reed's perspective, 1% increase in assessed value will impact them a lot more than 1% in ours.
It's 70.
70, I was gonna say, it's like 70% more.
What about parcel taxes? Do you have any?
I do. I actually, I just happen to have a screenshot of that. Parcel taxes, Reed's parcel tax is $632 per parcel. I'm sorry, $643 per parcel. And ours is $1,250.74.
But their schools, their number of students are a lot smaller.
Yeah, they have 1,024 students. We have 2,369.
Oh,
Mhm.
40%.
Are there any lingering questions? Because in the, for the sake of time, we're at 6:45 and we do have a closed session
Okay.
to go into. I'm assuming we have people waiting and I'm not sure if trustee Abdoli is here yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So any other lingering questions?
No, I have to say, like, we dumped a lot of questions to Michelle on Friday. She worked over the weekend and this will not move in 2 days.
Thank you. Natalie, do you have any questions? for her?
No, just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, she was a lot of.
That's clear.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I think it was very helpful to just have this kind of informal conversation and try and understand things from, you know, perspective of people who aren't in finance.
I mean,
I
I'm more
appreciate that.
puzzled about things that I wasn't. So.
Yeah, I really appreciate the cabinet team and the
Yes.
negotiations team being here every day, just for us to all hear the same information at the same time. So,
I mean,
thank
we
you.
met with Linda and Erin and, you know, and we really try to understand things from the perspective and then I thought, you know, we thought it was so important for all of us to be on the same page and our understanding about the numbers.
Mhm. Well, I do appreciate and it resonates with me, the comment made about, you know, boards having to be in a new paradigm here where we you know, we are charged with fiscal stability, responsibility, but we're in a place where our most important resource, our teachers, loud and clear, it's not just here in Mill Valley. You know, we have a structural issue and I know we're gonna do the best that we can. I do recognize that we can only do with what we have. And then from there, I look forward to further conversations about opportunities that our board can look outside our own district to answer the call.
So you attend MCOE meetings, how often do they have? And are there any opportunity to ask them questions about how certain things are done? and why?
The meetings that we go to are efficiency meetings, so that it's not budget meetings, but you raise an interesting question because I don't know of any budget specific meetings for board members at MCOE.
Okay.
I don't know if Dr. Rollins, you can speak to that, but I haven't had any experience.
I don't know
having
about
that kind of
board
experience.
board
for education.
I think that's where CSBA.
Or JLAC.
Yeah,
No, ELAC doesn't go over budgets like that.
I think CSBA has some deep dive around school financing.
Our association
Yeah.
have it, they should, it could be something that we ask the Lorraine County School Board Association to provide for boards.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, the
That might be the
FBA.
right place for it.
Yeah.
All right, well, if we don't have any further questions, I think then it's time to adjourn this meeting at 6:46. Thank everybody for coming.
Thank you.
And we'll take
Another
maybe a 2-minute recess and then we will go to we will open our closed session and any public comment. So how about we take a 2-minute recess and then we'll come back at 6:50? How about that? 6:50? All right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sean, is it hanging about 9 minutes?
Okay, we are.
It's widespread, as I mentioned. It's a fun time.
As they've started getting to grade eight up.
People are bringing 20s and going to write it up. No, your answer feeling.
Yes, everybody, so we are gonna get ready to open closed session, so we have opportunity to public comment, I guess. Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Yes. All right, it is now 7:51. We're gonna open the closed session. And we're going to do roll call.
Present. Trustee Caps, present, trustee you, present, and trustee Nakani, I'm here.
And trustee Abdulli is on her way. All
Right,
right,
trustee Abdulli is connected via Zoom.
Via
She
Zoom?
is- She is here.
oh, so
Trustee Abdulli,
We allow her to talk. Okay.
trustee Abdulli,
she may be in the other Zoom.
She may be in the other session.
Oh,
It
okay.
shows that she's here, but I know that
She's in the waiting room. Okay, so we will identify her as present. So, and now we have public comment on the study session. I mean, on the negotiation item. Erin Fraser, please come to the dais. Thank you.
Hello, I have returned.
Yes, you have.
I'll just keep it short and sweet. As you can see, we have fewer people here now than we did at 4:30. But please know that all MBTA members are waiting on bated breath to hear the result of the closed session today and all of the comments that you've heard tonight. At previous board meetings, as Danielle DeBoss said, we've been at every meeting from January to May. All of those comments still are deeply held and widely felt and still very much apply to the very important conversation you're going to have tonight. And so I just wanted to always reiterate that and remind you, all the emails you received, all of the calls and the comments, all of it is still very relevant to tonight. The feelings have not gone away. They've gotten stronger. So thank you for your consideration. And Linda wants me to say one more thing.
the average teacher pay comment.
Oh. We know that number about the average teacher salary being 103,000 is on a lot of public documents for the district. We can't argue with the math. We know that 21% of our bargaining unit is on step 24, right? That's going to bring your average way up, but it takes
10 years.
10 years and a master's degree to earn $100,000 in the Mill Valley School District on the salary schedule. So the average is not telling the whole story. I know it's very easy to point to it, but we just wanted to remind everyone that it's a much larger picture that we need to be considering. So thank you so much. And we will leave you now to your important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will convene to closed session. And it's 6:59. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. in your life. All right, well, we are back and we're here to report that we have nothing to report at this time, but we thank you for staying the duration. And I will call this meeting adjourned at 9:27. Have a great night and thank you for being here.